Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's go time. Good morning. Y'all ready for today? Got us started a little early. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Like the live. Let's see what's happening today. We got, what's today? What's today, y'all? Oh, today's Thursday. I thought today was Friday. Well, we're almost at the end of the week. Shout out, I'm in Houston too. Shout out to Houston. Good morning. It's Thursday. It's almost Friday. We up. We're ready. One more day. It's been one of those kind of weeks. If I get everything done, I need to get done this week today. Oh my God. I'm going to have a great weekend. And next week is going to be even greater. Make sure y'all like the live, share the live. Like, let's get our numbers back up. We've been so low. Let's get the numbers back up. Sure. It's chilly here too. Good morning, everyone. How many people tuned into WTF Wednesdays last night? We had a ball. Mel looked great. Y'all, I'm so close to 20K subscribers. I'm so excited. I'm gonna have a party. I am gonna have to have a 20K party because that is amazing. Amazing. Oh Lord. He does. Brown definitely. Let's do a poll. Is Brown going to return to the courtroom? What do you guys think? Okay. All right. So everybody knows what time it is. Who can guess what I'm about to do? Go make my coffee. So I'm going to make my coffee and let's see. Get my kids out for school, do my edges. Y'all know I just woke up. Don't judge me. I gotta wash them and do them over. I'm about to make my coffee. I had, oh my God, I ran out of coffee. I need to somebody buy me where I guess I can get it off Amazon. One of those. Look what my dog done chewed up my edge brush, y'all. So if you want to know why my edge is not done, look at my edge brush. But anyways, I had ran out of coffee and I need one of those K cup things where you could put coffee in it. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Like an empty one that I can wash out and reuse. I can't find mine. So I had ran out of K cups. I had coffee, but I didn't have a way to brew it. Oh God. It was a struggle yesterday with no coffee. So I went grocery shopping and I'm back. And I might have to put me some Baileys in there today because my nerves are bad. Good morning. Sam's Club. Okay. Mm-mm. Good morning. Y'all, as soon as I start the live, I'm gonna get up and make my coffee. I'm trying to wait for this long crime to start. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hi. And I'll try that with a paper towel too. Thank y'all for that. So I guess we are not starting on time. Who could have guessed that? Who could have guessed that? I'm waiting, waiting, waiting. Hi, Nick. Thank you so much, Nick. Everybody say hi to Nick. It didn't start. It did not start. I don't see it streaming. I don't see it streaming. Nick, you want to come up for a second? Feel free to. I'm getting ready to. I'm about to start working, guys.
Can you try rebooting the router? Sure. Thank you. Your Honor, while we wait, I may briefly consult with Mr. Sharp on the time act.
Okay. Check your email and make sure that's the most recent order. I'm going to send it to you right now. Oh, yes.
What place?
Your Honor, I sent over the order to Ms. Percival. I'm about to forward it to everyone, but I just wanted to get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's going to take me a minute to read it all. Part of this ruling.
I think if you look at the bottom of page 12.
Okay.
Court's opinion, Your Honor, I think it's where there's some discussion kind of goes into.
All right, thanks.
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay, I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part. Y'all could have maybe given me a heads up yesterday. I could have read this last night. Since we knew we would have Dennis on the stand this morning. That is that if there's a foundation objection or a 403 objection, I'll rule on it at that point in time when the objection's made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state want to be heard about it beyond that? Okay. All right, are we ready to get the jury in? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to go ahead and have, is it, I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis? Okay. Retired Detective Dennis, okay. Anyway, let's get the jury in. Morning. Did we swear you yesterday? I don't know if we ever got that far.
I was sworn in the other.
And that was about it. Oh, okay. All right, right. You've already, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath then. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Where-
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hill.
The witness mic,
The witness
Oh,
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh, Ms. Hill.
I didn't know I had to hit the button.
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay, were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes,
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue.
yes,
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes,
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes,
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes,
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
it's Mr. Williams's driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
from 2015, I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor, but we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes,
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes,
Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what the...
Hearsay.
Yep.
Overruled.
Best evidence rule then.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have,
I had to.
all right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake N-words page.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
This time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter asserted, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But
The death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, may we approach, I think it might be a longer.
Stand by. Right.
Okay, and that's for, sorry, 546Y.
Yes,
All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes,
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody?
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulge us for a moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And when, as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
That could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause.
Okay.
Unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was named back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
What about Jamal Baines?
Yes.
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
Yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with IF Gang.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
IF Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26, 2015?
Several.
Okay. were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the
Okay.
top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015.
Yes,
And then on that same day was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015.
yes,
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
yes,
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
yes.
Let me ask you this. If I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay?
Okay.
15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero, basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes,
Then 2672,
yes,
and then 2801.
correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something, like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity, it's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes,
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
yes,
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior.
Inconsistent statement.
Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes,
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Montunk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as Stacy Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen. Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Okay. Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
Right. And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
Right. Octavius.
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante Fleetwood. Is that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled. To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes,
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes,
Okay. Who was the victim of that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35, oh, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes,
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
Slow down. Sorry.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Kelvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Now, the Little Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Okay. Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demikian Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demikian Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right. Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
A lot of numbers to keep in your head. Here's a pad.
Excuse my.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
So this would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
Correct.
Of course, it goes for one. We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second. When you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
yes.
Permission to approach your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all of those images.
While he's looking, can we approach this?
Yes.
And let me ask a more specific question. As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary say was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
And it's 542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB, the images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA, YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission of
You may.
looking at 542 YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks,
Okay. 542 YB,
Demise McMullen,
542 YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542 YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Thank you. Now, during during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542 YE, 542 YC, 542 YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542 YE, 542 YC, 542 YG, 542 YH, and 542 YI into evidence.
No objection, we have Mr. Wood.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542 YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Or Club Crucial.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK. Admitted as 2LL. oh, sorry, 1LL. And let me ask you, was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as a part of your investigation?
Yes,
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
it was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes,
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either the 3 or the 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes,
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
yes,
And Club Crucial, that's where Demekion got beat up?
yes,
And did you say earlier jumped on by If gang members?
yes,
And was Demekion a YSL member?
yes.
And so after Demekion gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an If gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the Landrum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 drill?
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If Gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting If gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. a short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the jurors of the trial, 543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And this time say with like a tender and admit and publish statement is 543Y.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y. That's admitted. You may.
I can need a tissue. Yeah. Okay.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
In this first video, you're gonna see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it.
43Y Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
Shall be the same, but that's a different angle. This is going to fight, it's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay. One minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break. I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all can go ahead and we'll take our recess as well.
Guys, y'all won't believe I still haven't even had my coffee yet. So I don't know what's going on. Shout out to Cat Woods. Thank you for the super chat. I don't think there's much that you need to catch up on. I don't know what do y'all, I don't know what to say. You guys want the break is wild. I mean, we just started. We see what kind of day today is going to be. In the meantime, I guess we can just let's see.
Ones that they plan on publishing. So I have no objections to the ones that the state has shown me that they plan on publishing. Excuse me.
We can just rewatch this.
The other ones that they do not plan on publishing include many photos that are cumulative, they're redundant to others. So any of the ones that they do not plan on publishing that we haven't gone over, I object to the admission of those.
All right, well, you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Okay, then
If they still want to have admitted the ones they're not going to publish.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, then I need to know
okay, then
what those are.
then I would object to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 28, 30, 31, and they went through 33, correct? 31.
All of these are not.
Okay, and so what they are going to publish then is
I could,
12, 19, 21, 23, 26, 27, and 29.
that's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, that would not be correct, based on
Okay, which ones are you going to publish?
state intends to publish 2, 31, 3.
Oh, my God. So could you do them in order, please? 2, 3, 5.
Your Honor, the reason why they're like that is because they are organized by how they will be published, but I can go through.
What are they going to be? 2, 3, 5, 31, what else?
Sure, there are 2, 3, 5, 31, 9, 10, 21, 29, 12, 27, 26,
It's crazy.
19,
12.
and 23.
Okay. Let me put those in an actual order that makes sense. Give me a second to rule on.
Look at how Miss Percival is looking at me.
And you showed me.
Oh my God.
Okay, and so 1.
So So, Your Honor, I'm sorry,
So
then,
you would object to whichever ones are not publishing?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As cumulative or what?
As either cumulative or not relevant. I mean, I need to sit down and look at the actual photos they sent this morning to be more specific on those. My concern is that there are multiple pictures of the guns, and I do not want the multiple cumulative pictures of those guns
Pull them all
going
up on the
back.
screen so we can all look at them at the same time. So what does one show? Why is one needed?
Because,
So you thought, sir.
just one second, Your Honor. Pull up the version of the intent. Yeah, thank you. The state doesn't intend to publish one, excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, stop. My understanding, I just wrote down I know that.
Correct.
Because I got which one, but you intend to tender them. And so and there is an objection. And so I have to rule on whether I'm going to admit them. Okay, so I'm only going to be asking you about the ones that you intend to tender but not publish because there's not an objection to the ones that you intend to publish. So tell me why the ones that I'm going to ask you about are both relevant and not cumulative, why you need them.
As to the state's exhibit number 1 that the court asked about, this is a crime scene photo that shows another yet angle of that particular area where they stopped. It could be helpful to the jury if it becomes an issue about where in fact the cars were positioned.
Okay, I don't know what this crime is about. So, and this is the very first picture that I am seeing of it. So what happened? What was the crime?
No problem, Your Honor. This crime scene was started off as a traffic stop because of a traffic violation.
Okay.
That the officers observed a failure to signal, after which the officers then went to pull over the car after activating their emergency lights. They in fact did so. And upon stopping, the persons contained inside the vehicle who were later identified as Mr. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, then stopped their vehicle for a brief moment, did some fidgeting, then took off at a high rate of speed in the area going on to the 20 eastbound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the witness be excused while we go through this?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so if y'all can avert that camera, thank you. Okay, so there's a chase and then there's a crash.
There's a chase, then there's a crash after.
And then they run out of the car.
Run in separate directions, and those photos could become necessary if there's a disagreement or confusion about which directions in which they.
Okay, and so it's the black car that was the car they were in,
Black Monte Carlo.
and that's where it lands, is up against that guardrail?
That is correct.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Oh, y'all, the dog.
Okay, well, 1 and 4 honestly look like the same picture.
And, Your Honor, as I'm looking at it, if the court wants me to remove 4, I can do that. I do not have a problem doing that.
It is not what the court wants or doesn't want, although the court does want attorneys who know how to try a case. But my rulings are based on the rules of evidence, okay? So is that the same photo?
It is not the same photo.
Is it almost the same photo?
In my estimation, no, Your Honor, because it's a closer view and it gives more perspective as to what is in that photo.
Which one do you want?
The state would be fine with having a failure to signal, after which the officers then went to pull over the car after activating their emergency lights. They in fact did so. And upon stopping, the persons contained inside the vehicle who were later identified as Mr. Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendrick, then stopped their vehicle for a brief moment, did some fidgeting, then took off at a high rate of speed in the area going on to the 20 eastbound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can the witness be excused while we go through this?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, so if y'all can avert that camera, thank you. Okay, so there's a chase and then there's a crash,
There's a chase, then there's a crash after.
and then they run out of the car?
Run in separate directions, and those photos could become necessary if there's a disagreement or confusion about which directions in which they.
Okay, and so it's the black car that was the car they were in?
Black Monte car.
First paragraph that's kind of general would be the same, and then I would say in the next part
We back, guys.
of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility of
Understood.
thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
That as well.
clear on all that.
And
We don't.
for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And
All right,
have
gotta
you
make
made
my
sure that
coffee.
he knows
I'll
what
be
not
right
to get into?
I did, but I will tell him.
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me
ready.
sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Ms. Hilton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the witness?
But I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes? Yes, sir. How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not
2015.
January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th?
Nope.
16th?
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that 1LL on the screen?
And I'm going to show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's already been as 2LL.
It's the kind of morning they making it, guys. A Bailey's creamer in my coffee. Try this out. Birthday cake Bailey's.
At that location?
All right. So earlier when I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No. What we just talked about, 0588, which is 2LL, correct?
Right.
That's at 1903 Drew.
Correct.
And going back to 1LL.
Where is it? Oh.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, So that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th, from I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
Okay. What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with If Gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
Right. You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come out to the bench.
Okay, guys, I want to tell you about this. I think the issue here is that at one
After
point,
you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
he's
Yes.
going to say
Okay.
he wants to
After
go
reading it, he understood his
middle
rights, he
of
agreed to
the
speak
question.
with you.
We'll go
Yes.
through that
Okay.
transcript later.
And let me just let given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding. But let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police. And if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead, Primer.
Always an accident.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that, Yak, don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something, so he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a Blood, so he started being a Blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped. And he was like, pull up on me. And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on, you said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartment?
Trestle Tree is a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If Gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP. Hat?
With the chain on, yes.
Okay. Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Check you on the road.
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, we believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
Relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigations?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times, some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well, I can.
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times, it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer, or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Action asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
just very
go ahead and
quickly
do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work.
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Okay. in a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of question evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight? Or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
Just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Dalbert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Dalbert order.
All right, we may have to take either a break or approach.
This might be.
How long y'all think this bench conference about to be? Like, and what bench conference number are we on for today? 7? I'll be back, y'all, when I finish this call. I'm sorry. I'll finish playing this for y'all.
A few minutes. Thank you. There's a rough of that Robert hearing.
Let's finish this, Ms. Hilton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, we're checking right now.
All right, and
YouTube.
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer Investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
This just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well,
discussed.
all right, no, but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not, right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just that
Understood, but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the
Okay.
And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had the Daubert hearings.
it may
and
be
just-
that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding
I
in the
don't know.
Daubert, perhaps that might be.
Oh, I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not the
that-
order.
It's the ruling.
Okay.
appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but
That won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection. A rough of the Daubert hearing. What we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless. I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do
I'm
that.
gonna spit my coffee.
And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
I'm drinking a ginger ale and coffee. I really want a nap. I'm so sleepy. We're gonna be at lunch in a minute. What time is it? 11:30. I don't even know what to do, guys. Every time I turn so we can finish watching this, they come back.
Okay, well, 1 and 4 honestly look like the same picture.
And, Your Honor, as I'm looking at it, if the court wants me to remove 4, I can do that. I do not have a problem doing that.
It is not what the court wants or doesn't want, although the court does want attorneys who know how to try a case. But my rulings are based on the rules of evidence, okay? So is that the same photo?
It is not the same photo.
Is it almost the same photo?
In my estimation, no, Your Honor, because it's a closer view and it gives more perspective as to what is in that photo.
Which one do you want?
The state would be fine with having photograph number 1.
Okay, so 4 is out. Are you withdrawing 4 or am I ruling 4 out?
State can remove 4.
Okay. I'm gonna let 1 in. So then the next one would be 6, which is you can see the license plate fine in 5. You don't need 6. You can withdraw it or I'll rule it out.
State can remove 6.
Okay. 7. What does 7 show that the ones you already have don't?
7 gives a better perspective as to
I just don't get it. They're not gonna, but we see he did not show up today. So how did the poll go? Let's see. Y'all said he was gonna come. He ain't here yet. Any ideas on what to watch in the meantime or talk about? Anything y'all want to talk about or watch? I want to know if we could find I wish we could find the Daubert hearing that they're talking about and watch it. We'll know soon enough which day it was and we can watch it. We just talked about Merchant in Love last night.
Hey there, Young Thug Trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit.
Yeah. Negotiating a plea deal, guys.
Wait, now, Mr. Shard.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Butts is here. Is he here?
I didn't even see him. I didn't see him.
Go ahead.
Any right? All right. Now proceed.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Percifield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify about what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay. Well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because
right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns, that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here. If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hilton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor. And what he was qualified in is a gang expert. And I am positive he talked about how gang members use music.
Were you there?
I was present.
Okay.
And
is this from your memory?
This is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and using those in your gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Daubert hearing?
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is, how do gangs use music, period?
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury.
And
Well, honestly, we should
I'll-
just let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half at that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
All right, ask for continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in. Laura. All right, thank you. Ms. Hilton, you and just one member of the defense approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of
This is
had a thought
crazy.
about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for verifying one time.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So actually, in the last like 2 seconds, Ms. Percifield has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or well, a few minutes. Part of it, not all of it. So honestly, you know what, Ms. Percifield, how about you be looking, and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh.
Didn't watch it yet.
How long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
It's an hour.
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my Daubert here.
Okay, I don't think it's.
Wasn't here long.
Yeah. Yes,
That is so cool.
most of the time. So if you give
For
me,
like words?
yes,
That's amazing.
if you give me a few minutes,
Okay.
we'll know if this one is searchable.
Did you send it to me? Somebody be looking at the transcript that we have and.
Can you share the YouTube link with the state?
This is sharing it with the state and recording right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
I'm trying to pull it up. Okay. You have it? No, no, okay. I'm not searching, I'm trying to find the link. Hold on.
You got it.
First of all, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
Have that one.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music, and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people, to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So I'm satisfied.
Page 51.
51, 52,
41.
41. $55. $16. All right, so he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
he's not already qualified with that degree of specificity. Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes,
How did it come up in your investigation?
a lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. You tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit, would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent.
No further questions. All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like that.
Training materials.
None of it.
No.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine, or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it, yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they, believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of.
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
and is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now or I can approach before it's published.
I guess go ahead and approach now.
I'm going to also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes.
And what is the State's Exhibit 545Y?
It's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
Just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. First showing State's Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1 TT, why was
Ms. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their intention.
Nonetheless, it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
What I miss, y'all? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Hold on, what happened? Hold on, let me rewind it. What happened? How far I gotta go back?
That contains
Okay, am I at the right place? What happened? Hold on. Am I too far past it? Right here? Okay, okay. The dog's going crazy. Okay, right here, y'all. Okay. That's very nasty. Don't do that again. Is it too late? Is it's gonna happen? Okay, here we go. So, but we could definitely hear that breathing.
now looking at Stacey's Exhibit 1 TT.
I'm about to call. Hold on. I'm about to call. This the part? I'm calling. I'm calling.
Ms. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial.
This one you cannot fix.
This absolutely cannot be unheard
See how
by the
she puts-
jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing
Always want to
on
talk about
and the
their
fact that he was
intention. I'm
standing on
gonna
that
pull up
vehicle.
404A for y'all.
If you
Hold
could
on.
just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that, and I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to
Thank you.
find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Ooh, 404A. Evidence of a person's character or a trait of character shall not be admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith on a particular occasion, except for. So this is 404A. All right. Hold on, T. Okay, this is 404A. Oh my God, y'all. We know this. It's going to be, what you think it's going to be? Just another limiting instruction? Or what's the other thing we do? Unhear it. Can you unhear what you just heard? Which one? Which one y'all think it's going to be? Unring the bell? Admonishment of the witness? Come on now. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, I'll be right back. But another thing is, do y'all think we'll really be back in 15 minutes?
With, wait, sorry, do we have everybody? No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, I know.
Y'all, I went and got dressed real quick. I got on my mistrial outfit.
All right. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor, Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case: I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the action taken by the action taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court.
Other actions.
Was the reference
If we consider other actions,
isolated and brief? And whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness, pass that as well.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
No, I looked. It's not.
It's
It was
an
a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it.
It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
what I was-
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court if you don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given
we
that
don't
was
want to hear
one
from
mistake that
him.
he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All
We
right,
would just
understood.
ask that.
Do I
My
need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Do you have another witness available?
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right, go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired Investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further. Okay. I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
Bet you do need a few minutes now, baby. Get it together. Take a deep breath. That's what y'all, but like I said yesterday on WTF Wednesday, these people don't have no shame. Every day they get up and embarrass themselves and they don't care. The one thing these people are not afraid of is embarrassment. They don't care about losing. They don't care about mistrial. They don't care about they don't care. Ooh, child. The silence is so appropriate. It's just like, whoo, I have to, ooh. Oh Lord, I had on my mistrial outfit. Strike the exhibits. Strike the it ain't nowhere to go. Whew, child. Whew. Y'all. I got to do a video about this today. Huge loss. Come on out with them plea deals, baby. Woo! Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Y'all got me laughing. Y'all are hilarious. Yup. Yup. Yes, yes, yes. I haven't even got no work done today. I just got up to try to go get dressed. I had to put on my mistrial outfit, but it wasn't a mistrial. But this is good. I'll take this. I'll take this. I mean, what's so crazy to me is that we only get about 1 to 13 business days of something that is not detrimental to the state. Between 1 and 13 business days, something gonna happen. It never fails. We got recusal, we got terrible witness after terrible witness after terrible witness. We got, what else we got? Y'all help me out. Now we got a strike witness. We got admonishments. We got ex partes. Let's see what else we got. We got a lot. We got rotating prosecutors. We got terrible outfits. Sick jurors. Rule 22s. Let's see. I don't know. I could keep going on all day. Lab coats, short sleeves. 403s. Cell phone ringing. Day one, when they ruled that grand jury warrant to search Thug House was bad, just stop right there. Oh, well, how could we forget about this? Nobody didn't say this. The sound system. We can't get the sound to work. Oh, we got people using computers on the stand. What else? Laptops. Like, be for real. Oh yeah, witnesses being, Lord have mercy. Everybody people being locked up. Thank you so much, Chris. Oh yeah, eating snacks in court. Recording, taking pictures of Gaither. Drugs in court. I mean, bananas. Passing notes. I mean, this is actually pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yep. Siri going on. I said cell phones, Jasmine. Cell phones. Oh, then we got people running for DA talking about they gonna free YSL. We got Ashley. Car accident. And I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm actually laughing like, oh, have y'all noticed that Judge Whitaker don't laugh no more? The giggling is gone. Y'all don't even call her giggles no more. I see you, Taffy. we go.
Why is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
That's weird. I'll tell y'all about that.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated,
I think we did.
and it was denied, is my recollection. And so,
It must be, I'm gonna check, and overact as well, and that's why I think that, I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder with the underlying.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, they're talking about.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
well,
I'm gonna tell y'all about bifurcated, but let's listen.
The 187 is just possession of fire. So that's
189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you. Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too. In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick? You know what I'm asking?
Can you repeat that, Your Honor?
Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
But, Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right, the
overt act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that.
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes to
Yeah,
Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right?
basically. But so
the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's conviction. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't consider, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you know, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered? It's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for the what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. You know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63, an overt act. Is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we?
Or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
And I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited
reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
What is?
I mean, I can just say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given I do think it was a mistake on his part. Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to RICO later. I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with. Do you want me to catch you up?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think that is so stupid. I think that is all stupid. I don't know. This is just stupid.
All right, anything?
Your Honor, I think the limiting instruction should be similar. I'm sorry. My apologies. Your Honor, let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they had prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet. I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out. Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's get the jury out. Miss Hilton.
Oh, this is Officer Rogers, D. Rogers.
Do you mind, I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? We'll wave you in just a second. Thank you. Well, maybe you should hear it too.
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm not gonna forget. I'm gonna tell y'all what bifurcation. Just chill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired Investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. And if there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And
He's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state called Officer Rogers to stand.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
David Rogers, DavidRodgers.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit, and my last assignment there was at gangs before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months, while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day, or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger, for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
Mm-hmm. And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stay somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling.
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
Based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Evinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. Mm-hmm. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Mm-hmm.
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Evinger walking through the complex, at which time I meant to go make contact with Mr. Evinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hayville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper.
Thank you,
Also,
Nettie, for the
told him he
super
had
sticker.
warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look
Y'all
over
really
my
need to give me
shoulder,
some
trying to
super chats
locate my
today.
partner because
Super
Mr.
chat,
Eppinger at the time was
please.
non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. I had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And we said he started to flank you. What did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face.
Once again, we're talking about somebody who's not in the courtroom.
I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Course indulgence for a moment.
Thank you, K-Bear's mama.
I'm going to show you what's been first admitted as 32B. Do you recognize the individual who was in depicted in State Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to
Thank you,
his.
Shari.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Oh, God.
All right.
Officer Roger, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital and you were there for a period of time before you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. For your answers. That's all I have.
A tattoo that couldn't even be identified.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and your excuse. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
I don't know what the name was. Davis, okay.
Raise your right hand. Just want to affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State, spell your first and last name for the court style into the mic, please.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon dock. What is the Exxon dock?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit. And that doc is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dash cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
I guess I could talk to you guys about bifurcation. So pretty much to bifurcate is when you try a case, a lot of times the defense attorneys will ask for you to bifurcate the charge of possession of a firearm. Thank you so much for the super chat. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, because putting that in front of the jury may be
To the jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration's going to be, but sorry about that. And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back. All right, can somebody pull it up? Or and I know y'all have had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. If the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's 2, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than 2. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than 2 with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video,
Right.
and the surveillance video.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believed they had not yet set forth any objections and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything, but be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the Officer Rogers, who just testified, now Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to say this, show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right, I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because
Okay.
you're unable to see everything
All
on
right,
the
what are
body
the
cam.
other two?
The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like.
So the community had surveillance video.
Okay.
So it's from the
All right.
furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger. And that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities. And this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used. And that is the final body cam video.
All right, how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm gonna need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all, the dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay, all right, let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
Approximately around, I would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Stone, are you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road.
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6160. You on SOS?
Take it up from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. You got hurt, so get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro. You see what I'm saying? He's outside. What's that? What's that?
At 1917. And you're right, the reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so that the jury can see.
Okay.
That.
All right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes, I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
That's going to be what?
Add a 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So.
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
Right, and so I don't want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly. Ready for the next one?
It's loading, Your Honor. It's on the CD.
Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, y'all all got laptops. Maybe one person could have the next one queued up.
The internet's not working.
The internet never works here. Okay.
Unless they want to get us a direct connection, that would probably make it all faster.
If we can do something like that and it would speed things up, I'll look into it. Laura, can you look into that? Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Ms. Persfield's going to go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis
She think
while
we
we're
can't
doing
hear her
this.
when she whispered?
Your Honor, there's a document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we already have all of those. So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Ms. Winfrey so she can have it all together. Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, we'll try to pull up the third one.
Okay, that works. Okay, I'm ready.
Judge, do you have access to let me into this room?
I don't see you in the waiting room. I should, but
Yeah.
there you are. Okay.
On the ground, bud. On the ground. On the ground. Get 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 on the ground.
We would conclude at, I think that's 1741, so that shows,
Talking to the mic.
sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no, all right, okay, any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objection, but,
Same objection.
okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative, it's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a sec. Okay. Go ahead.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars, so what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Rogers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson?
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you are.
Or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
Oh,
the,
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This surveillance. And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I have to start over. Portions of it? I have to start over because, all right, if you look towards the back of the video.
Yeah. All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No, okay.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be, and then the apprehension.
This will be the longest. This will be the longest of the videos.
All right, meeting to the units. There are 3 patrol cars going down the left way. So that's one on both sides. So we have 20 units on that side and what? You guys just let me know if I'm
inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? So I'm gonna stay right here, all right? Hey. Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her.
Y'all come on,
Is anybody else in here? Hey, I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, ready? Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all.
Come on, come on.
Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Grab him, grab him.
Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me. I'm wide open. Straight to the back.
Right-hand side.
And we need to know what door. We're on the back.
I tell them 6-7. They said he went out. Tell them 6-7.
Right-hand side.
In the back on the right-hand side.
Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKessie. I got one bit. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro.
Yeah, go to 5 apartment number D.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Yeah, switch places. Switch out one of the
What's up?
Switch up here. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front. All right apartment. Is that correct?
Up here. I want you up here on point. You ready? Christian Eppinger.
We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him.
If you hear me, show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air. You can't hear me. You're talking real low.
2491.
What's his last name? Christian Effinger! It's Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out. We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands.
Hands first. Hey,
Crawl! 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 No, sir. Crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
Okay. On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards.
6-7, 6-7.
Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards.
On your belly.
Take the rope.
Get on
Christian,
your belly.
get on your belly.
You got one more time. We're going to take the cross.
Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out.
Step out.
Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here.
Let me call my mama.
Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking stairs?
I'll take hands.
You got stairs. I go. Go. Call them. I know I in there.
And why is that relevant?
Because previously there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day where Mr. Eppinger's alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So that was.
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of cross-examination.
Okay, well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No, it
so-
started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, good.
Yes, Your
Sorry,
Honor.
my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this Black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor,
the time.
if I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video, this is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these. What, is it 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yep.
Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness or another witness?
Not showing them.
Okay. All right. You got all the notes. Okay. Thank you. All right, those two exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed.
St. John, can I take my two published?
Yes, you may.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2 SS. And we're going to begin at 1804.
Sixty-one 6160, you up on SOS?
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro. You gotta say he's outside. What's that? What's that? 2637 on Hayville. This shit was on the
And we're going to stop the plan in 1908. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1 SS.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Get 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 on the ground.
Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 1742 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
No,
right.
I didn't see anyone, no.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid, Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy, Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? This is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, right?
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I withdraw it. I withdraw. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys' questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Call Sergeant William Johnson.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell the first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William, Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
Right. And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Right. Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio. So I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was going to just give up.
Objection, speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Speculation. And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the video, surveillance video, accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute. At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
It's Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No, and that's not normally it's not normally the case where one officer would have been affecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
We should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Confrontation clause violation.
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not, did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within a gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
As a member.
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
As an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Did you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And do you know Durante Beebe through your work in the gang?
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I can approach.
All right.
So many sidebars.
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Object again, he has not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training, probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
I'm not allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say through violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any recross?
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say, "This is for YSL." That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
State Call Sergeant Stephen McKessie.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony, you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name to the mic, please.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessie. Last name spelled McKesey.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, I guess, a supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 20 years. This year, be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. I also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those upon the fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather as much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, Did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call. Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, Investigator Starno, to, try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, I heard on the radio, a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we'll just put him in handcuffs, everything be good, but it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B, and previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Your Honor, got any further questions?
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom.
So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, so we're good.
Y'all just got a good settlement. Sorry, y'all. Oh.
All right. Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls. And
Jail calls for cell phone.
right. And of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's it?
That's what I thought.
That's it, is the investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And then the Sumlin.
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things from Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was 2 different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that would be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito, and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
We did do the one.
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
And Your Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the date. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them were, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one.
Definitely litigated that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam, the
That's
drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And when,
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last 2 portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's you. She has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand.
Agreed, Judge.
And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
All right, well, hopefully.
It'll
He
definitely
said
be Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right, and one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, guys, what a very interesting day. I've been over here working, making money, being a real lawyer, and also I just dropped some pictures on IG. Y'all go check them out. I think they're cute. Let me know what y'all think about them tomorrow. So I'm about to go and keep being productive. But see y'all tomorrow. I mean, y'all keep coming. I don't know what's happening. I mean, something's gonna happen before Christmas. And I definitely think something's gonna happen before Christmas. Make sure y'all like the live. See y'all tomorrow. Bye. Love y'all. Go check out my IG posts. Give me a lot of likes. And help me get some subscribers. I'm almost at 20K, guys. So make sure you guys are telling everybody to watch with us when we do our trial watches. Everybody watch with us. See you guys tomorrow. Go check out my IG post. Like my post. And give me some subscribers so we can have a 20K party. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow.